Bonsoir tout le monde. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 25th, 2023 meeting. We'll begin. Roll call. All members of council are present. I'll ask everyone to please stand for the territorial land acknowledgement statement and moment of reflection, followed by the national anthem.
We acknowledge that we are on unceded territory of the Anishinaabe and the traditional lands of the Haudenosaunee, Huron-Wendat, and the Kanyen-Kahaka peoples. We acknowledge our shared obligation to respect, honor, and sustain these lands and the natural resources contained within.
Attendu que le Canada est fondé sur des principes qui reconnaissent la suprématie de Dieu et la primauté du droit, prenons un moment de réflexion personnelle. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Addition, item 4, adjonction, effacement ou modification. Anything from members of council? Anything from Madame Camry-Laflamme? We're good? Adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda as presented. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Lalonde, seconded by Councillor Tanoski. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 6, déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire. Hearing seeing none, we'll move on. Item 7, adoption of the minutes, special council minutes of September 11, 2023, as well as the regular council minutes of September 11, 2023. Motion to approve the following minutes as presented. Need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Deakin, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. Questions on the minutes? Hearing seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 8, presentations. A presentation for information purposes by Mr. John Hoyles on behalf of the Community Navigation of Eastern Ontario about 211 services in Ontario. Mr. Hoyles, good evening. Oh, we got a ringer.
I'm not Mr. Hoyles, but I'm pleased to be here. My name is Shirley Racine. I felt just at home when I heard O Canada tonight because I worked with John on O Canada when he was my boss at the National Capital Commission. First of all, I'm Shirley Racine, and I'm a resident 43 years of Prescott and Russell and more. I'm from Limoges. I'm a proud member of the Board of Directors of the Community Navigation 211 that John's going to present tonight. Why did I get involved? Well, one, because I knew I couldn't say no to John, but two, because when John approached me, I didn't know about 211. But when I heard about 211, and you'll hear all about it tonight, I felt that it was a great opportunity to help people that needed services in our communities, and more specifically because I represent Prescott and Russell on the board of directors. So you'll hear about that, but I'm very passionate about it, and I know the mayor knows that when I'm passionate about it, I don't give up on anything. I just keep going and plowing forth. But a little bit about John. John was the head of the National Capital Commission when I was there, and we ran Canada Day Winterlude, but also a host of wonderful national programs together, and he was a tremendous and authentic leader. And then he moved on to be in charge of the Canadian Bar Association as the executive director there for 18 years. And he told me he retired, but it's not in his DNA. And about a couple of months later, he was the executive director of 211. And I speak on behalf of the board of directors. We're very lucky and fortunate to have John at the head of our organization. And here he is tonight to present 211, and hopefully that we can make ambassadors of all of you so you can communicate this to your constituents and to the people and the residents in Russell. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Shirley. Mr. Hoyles, good evening.
Good evening, bonsoir, ça va bien?
Oui, ça va super. Just to remind, we only got about 10 minutes, and we've all had the slide deck since
Shirley already ate up 3 minutes, so I'm
No.
very upset.
I'll give you that 3 minutes. It's not a problem.
Okay.
But
I understand the time, so I will go through this quickly. But before I do that, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say I want to pay a tribute to your community and your staff, because as you know, when we presented to the United Counties, we do emergency protocols with municipalities so we can help out during times of a disaster. And the first place was Russell to sign the first agreement. Millie was a great support in that, and we worked very closely with her, and and now everybody else is lining up. There were 3 municipalities since the presentation in Lorignal. I've had all 3 of those call me and said, look, we want to sign an agreement. So I just want to say thank you for being the leaders in that, and it's I'm very proud that we have that relationship with your municipality. So I'm going to go through the slides very quickly. I know you had a chance to see them, but there's several I'm going to focus on because I just want to explain in a little more detail why this is a service that can be relied on and a service that can help everybody. So I'll make sure I get this in the right way. I'm not going to go through this. You know the different numbers. What is 211? It's information referral. We have the most comprehensive database of community, social, health, and related government services. In Ontario, we have over 7,700 records here in Eastern Ontario. Community Navigation of Eastern Ontario is responsible for 211 from Belleville to Cornwall to Hawkesbury to the north of Renfrew County. So I've got lots of miles on my truck going and making presentations across Eastern Ontario. Just so you are interest, before COVID, in the left-hand column was those that were part of 211. With funding from the federal government, the rest of Canada is now part of 211 as well. As you can see on the list there, I don't need to read it off. Key features: targeted, confidential help, but the most important one, live. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days of the year, you can call 211 and a live person will pick up. It will not be, there'll be a recording saying, do you want French or English? And then, but other than that, it'll say, you get a live person. We do chat, we do text, because we want to have all channels of communication. We do emails. But the great thing about this, and time again, even during COVID, but even in this last week, I was talking to one of our community navigators, they get the comment all the time. It's so great to talk to a live person and to have that sort of human connection. So it's free. We do calls in 150 languages using a service where we can get an interpreter on the line within about 120 seconds, as long as you say Polish, Ukrainian, something, and we'll get an interpreter. And it's standards driven, which I'll talk about in a second, which is the important part. Now, I don't expect anybody to read this slide, but what I wanted to let you all know that we're professionally accredited like hospital accreditation. We have a very, very rigorous accreditation. There are 28 standards that we must meet for that accreditation. We're just having our 5 years renewed, so I'm in the midst of doing the reaccrediting as well. We have 2 types of staff. We have our community navigators answering the phones, and we have our data curators that look after that database that must be up to date all the time. Once they've been with us 12 months, they must get certified, and every 2 years they must recertify in the roles that they're playing. So a lot of rigor, and it's all about giving the highest quality service possible. So we have our public inquiry, we have online directories, and we also track a lot of data, which I will just talk about in a minute. You call us, you can see that in 2022, we had 260,000 calls around from all across the province. We had 31,000 calls in Eastern Ontario. Now, the community navigators, they are the people that take the calls. They have very significant training. When people come and join us, there's 6 weeks before they actually do a live call of training, very rigorous. Also, I'll talk in a minute about some of the work that they do, and they have broader training such as ASSIST, which is that we're not counselors, but if somebody calls you and they're saying they're going to commit suicide, you have to know how to talk to them to counsel them till you get them connected to the distress center or wherever. So all that type of training, that's there in the slides. I'm not going to go through the list. This is a slide I'm going to spend a little bit of time on because this is how the system works. So if somebody calls us, we provide the bilingual, the French and English service for the province from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So we answer, and then their conversation starts. And some people say to me, John, and I get very upset, you just give out phone numbers. That really, to use a legal term, pisses me off. And in any event, and I can say that because one time I did practice law. In any event, so we have a conversation. And there's an assessment. So our people are trained to do the assessment, to see what the situation is. And a lot of times, I'd say about 50% of the time, what the person thinks they're looking for and what, when we ask a few questions, is quite different. And so we will ask them, and 78% of the calls we make a referral. Sometimes we can just give them the information and say, where's the food bank nearest me? And we look, we have a mapping system. We ask for the postal code. That's the first thing we do when they come on the phone, so we can refer them to that. And anyway, so they'll have a conversation. So when we hire these people, we're looking for people that are empathetic, calm, curious, so that they can, connect with people. So they do a needs assessment. So often what happens is somebody will say, I'm calling because I couldn't pay my hydro. So we'll say, yeah, well, there's the LEAP program for that. We talk about that and say, is there anything else? Well, I'm not going to have any money left to buy groceries for the end of the week. So then it ends up being a food bank referral. And I'm 2 months behind in my rent. Then it may be a referral to a legal aid clinic or whatever. So often we make multiple referrals by the person calling us. But the great thing about 2-in-1 is we can talk to somebody about a problem they have and get them started on a solution before they get deeper in the spiral downwards. We can save the whole system money if they don't become more and more, not of a burden, but they have more demands on the system because of maybe health issues or whatever it may be. So we do that, and then we will then make the referral. And this is the part that people aren't aware of. If the person is very clear, yes, I understand, that's the number, you're sure you're comfortable with calling that agency? Yes. Then get the sort of second level, which is, they seem a little hesitant, but yeah, they seem okay. So we will then say, can we have permission to call you back in 24 hours to see how you did? And if we call them back 24 hours later and they say, oh, it's fine, so good. If not, we'll work with them again. The third situation is where somebody you can tell is shy, reluctant to phone anybody. We'll say, look, we'll phone the agency with you, what we call a warrant, and we'll actually advocate till they feel comfortable, and then we'll step back. Now, if that happens at 6:30 at night, the agency says, no, we'll ask the person, can you call us back tomorrow during times that the agency's open? So that's the sort of the three levels of what we do to help people, and that's the advocacy part of what we do. And I'll talk in a minute about the other thing is after every call, they have to do an after-call report and gather a great amount of data. So, the chat, talked about that already, email. And, we're part of the community, and we, work to really be engaged in the community as much as we can. One of the challenges is that Shirley mentioned it, that she didn't know anything about 2-in-1 until I called her and said, would you like to be on the board? And then she went through a rigorous interview process, and it was a tough decision, Shirley. In any event, what happened was, it's the same thing happened to me. I had left the Canadian Bar Association. I was doing consulting. I didn't like it. I liked working with people. And Headhunter was doing a free search for this organization and said, John, I knew the headhunter or the search consultant. Said, you thought you might be interested. I said, what's 2-1-1? And that was 6 years ago. And sent me this stuff. I said, this is great, a job where I'm going to be helping people every day, and they're going to pay me a bit of money for it. So I said, that's not a bad deal. I did say to the chair at one time, the board of the Township, you know, I love this job so much, I might do it for nothing. She said, be careful what you wish for. So in any event, that's what's really important. So we have the database I've talked about already. Now there's the data curators. It's just two part of the team. What they do, and the data itself, the database itself, is the engine that runs what we do, because those 7,700 records are the first source that our community navigators will look to find the service. So they have to have a whole different skill set. They have to be meticulous. They have to be, you know, really like detail. They have to be, you know, updating all the records every month. We have 7,000, so every month we send out emails to a bunch so that by the end of 12 months we've checked with everybody that are things accurate, numbers change and so on. We also build custom databases for people. We actually do portals for organizations, for not-for-profits. If you know of Service Coordination in Vanier, their website, you go on, you're going to see a bunch of icons. They pick the icons, but it's all our data. Because so the biggest problem for people that want to have portals and maintain databases is, I've had many people call, they got funding from different foundations to do it, and they say, you know, I've told maybe I should talk to you. And I said, well, yeah, what are you doing? Well, we want to do this. I said, how much have you got in your operating budget for the person that's going to keep that database up to date every day? What are you talking about? I said, well, the day you put up the database and go live, it's out of date. There's something out of date. So why bother doing that? We're doing it all the time anyway, and then we can custom build the portal for you, and then it'll be updated all the time as we update the database every day. So that's one of the things that we do. The other thing is that we are constantly looking to see if there's new services, and one of the things I say in any presentation, if in your community you know of a service that's just been created, just ask them, are you in the 211 database? Because you won't get referrals from us unless you're in the database. The other thing we look by looking at things such as, you know, just going online and Googling and seeing what's going on and watching news feeds and so on to see if there is anything, you know, anything other new services that we may not have in the database. So as I mentioned, they get recertified every 2 years, and once they've been for a year, once they've been with us for a year, they get certified. So then this is the portal for Eastern Ontario, 2oneasternontario.ca, and that's, you can just see here that there's a search, it says search your database. You can do it by proximity or area served, and then you just see some of the icons at the bottom. And this is just an example of food banks, but food, but then the food banks, there's all other kinds of things too, food, grocery delivery, and I'll show you a little bit more about that. And the example I have here is, I just used this one from the community, the Santé Communautaire de l'Estrie as an example. And this is the record that you would see online if you went to that, looking for that service. And this is the second page with the location, the hours of work, and so on. And then the database resources, I always ask, if you happen to go on and look for something and something's wrong, I always tell people, nice to get pats on the back, but constructive criticism is more important. If you need to know what's wrong or what you need to correct, I'm happy to have that information because we want to make sure we're the best that we can be. Now, we track, as I said, the community navigators track every call. So when the person calls, they will note in the report what needs they had and what referrals were made. And so we can pull that information up and know exactly what that is. And we do some demographics, which I won't take any time to go through. And then we have for the whole system, there's some numbers up there, and I wanted to go back and see here, but here, let me just see. There were, in Prescott Russell, 658 call reports. There were a total of 813 needs in 2022. So that's the 658 date that means wherever there's been more than one referral or one need from one person.
Sorry, John, just let you know we've passed the 10, so you got a few more minutes.
Okay, but thank you. I thought I was talking pretty fast. Okay. Now, I'm just going to quickly, one more thing then. The big one is unmet needs, and this is the one where we can be helpful to you. So you can see that in Prescott, there are 6 unmet needs in Prescott Russell, and we can tell you exactly there's different categories that we can share with people. Okay. Finally, I mentioned this at the beginning. During emergency response, we can help out. The protocol is very simple. Say there was I'll use floods because it's the most common example, and you just, okay, you decided that you need it, that it's a disaster situation, either undeclared or declared, doesn't matter. You call us at 3 o'clock in the morning and say, we want to implement the protocol. Then you give us all the information where the sandbags are, where fresh water is, where you can get a hot shower, whatever it may be. We create that record immediately at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then what the municipality can do is say to people through their Twitter account, through Facebook page, whatever, call 211 if you want the information. And then we identify a person with the municipality who's the person that has the authority to give us that information. We identify someone on our side, and if it happens to be every 2 hours they want to exchange information, whatever is needed, depending on the disaster, it means that you don't have to have somebody sitting somewhere answering calls. We can do that for you. And it's the question I always get when I make presentations to different people that are considering that, I say, how much is it going to cost? And they all are shocked when I say, nothing. That's part of our service. So I'll end there, and I just, that's it. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Deakin, then Conseiller Larrain.
Thank you so much, John, for the presentation, for coming out here to Russell tonight. I just wanted to say that I am a champion of 211. Thankfully, in my work, I've been able to use the data, especially thanks to your team. Whenever we're mobilizing something in our community, the first thing you want to do is look at partnerships and who plays in this space already. So especially during COVID, with regard to the emergency food response, I was really privileged to be involved with a group that the first thing we did was go to 211, got the data we needed to see who the potential players were in the space so that we could mobilize a response with over 200 organizations. So I just wanted to say kudos to you and your team for being so collaborative in that respect. And I'd like to invite and encourage my fellow members of council, as well as frontline staff in the township and anyone here who is a friend, a neighbor, that you don't need to be the one in crisis to be calling 211 to get the information you need to help your neighbors, to help your clients, to help residents. So it is a really great service for anyone to call. And for those of us who see many people in our day-to-day who could use a hand, it's a great line to know.
If I could just comment very, very quickly, that's great because I have the same problem. I tell everybody I'm very passionate about this job and what we do, and I tell friends of mine and said, John, don't bother me. I'm never going to use 211. And I had a friend call me last month and said, John, I'm calling to apologize. So I was standing in my driveway. I have an elderly couple next door. They had a problem. They couldn't find it. He said, call 211. They came out the next day in the driveway. The gentleman said, Claude Paul, you're absolutely right. That 211 got us the answer. So he said, I apologize. So I tell everybody to mention 211. You may never use it yourself, but that's so important for people to know about it.
Thank you. Conseiller Larrain.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm what you said a few minutes ago. So, to be in your database as someone who you could be referred to,
Yes.
an organization.
Yeah.
Does that organization have to do anything other than contact somebody?
They just have to contact us. They can call 211. At the end, there's my email address at the end of this at the slide presentation. And Kathleen, our data coordinator, one of her small team, would then reach out to that organization, get all the information, create the record, and then that would be it. So that's all they have to do is contact us, and then we have because the database is used across the province, that's why I say these people have to be very meticulous, because we have to do it exactly the same. All the fields have to be the same. So when the search is being done by the community navigators, they're finding the right information. So that's all they need to do. Just call us and give us the information. It's a service, and we'll get it up on. Now, it doesn't go up immediately because we put it up. People can do it themselves. They can go on there. So if you go to the website, you can go up and create your own record, and then it'll come to us, and we'll look at it. And if everything, then we may call if there's anything to check, and then within 24 hours, it'll be up live in the system.
Okay, so you go to the website and find out if they're in there.
Yes.
First off.
Yeah.
And then secondly, if they're
they're
not, then
Or if they go in and they find out something's out of date, we want to know, because we're updating all the time, but, if something's changed, we'd rather know sooner than later.
and it's no cost to
No
that
cost,
organization.
Nothing at all, zero.
Okay. Look for an email from me.
Okay?
Other questions, comments? Councillor Tarnowski.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I just wanted to know, have you started using AI for supporting the organization?
It's funny, we're looking at it right now because we're trying to find ways to be more efficient. And, one of the things is that we're, like most social service agencies, are, in my view, grossly underfunded. 70% of our money comes from the Ministry of Community and Social Services. We have not had an increase in 10 years in that amount. So we're still doing the same thing. I'm not quite sure how we've done that with inflation. But yeah, we're looking at that exactly, how we can be more efficient and more helpful. We actually, developed a chatbot with an organization as an experiment in Toronto, where they were helping people that were potentially might be getting homeless, and where they could go right on and find information. So we're continuing to work in that avenue. Our biggest problem is having resources to invest in it.
Other questions or comments? Thank you very much, John. Seeing this presentation for a second time just reminds me why we invited you here in the first place. I think that from a township perspective, our role will be how do we help promote this to our residents. We have budget discussions coming up, so maybe that'll be part of the budget discussions, but I think it's something that we should be promoting as a township for our residents.
This material, these tarot cards, I have posters, they're all free. Any organization that wants to have some, because they have contact with their clients, I ship them to you for free. It doesn't cost anything. If you want 1,000, we'll send you 1,000, whatever you want, so that you can make them available, whether it be a place of business that would like to have them, you know, the local food bank or whatever. You know, I know in a lot of hampers that were done at Christmas across Eastern Ontario now, I do ship a whole bunch, because when they put it in the food hamper, they put one of these in there so that people know about the service as well. So just another, and it's free as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know I went over time. Appreciate the time you
No,
gave me.
all good, all good. And from a township perspective, I believe the administration sees the value in this as well. So we'll definitely be working on our end to see how we can help promote this in our community. Merci beaucoup, Shirley.
Merci.
Prochain item, délégation, il n'y en a pas. Item 10, consent items. Motion that all items listed under consent items be received as presented. Item A, minutes of the Attainable and Affordable Housing Committee, June 22nd, 2023. Item B, minutes of the Parks, Recreation, Culture Advisory Committee of June 8, 2023. Item C, minutes of the Township of Russell Public Library Board of June 18th, 2023 and July 18, 2023. Item D, pay list for August 23. And E, request to council for community grants as presented by the Parks and Recreation Department 2023. Need a mover and a seconder put on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Tonoski, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Moving on, item 11, rapport des départements et comités du Conseil. Item A, autorisation pour exécuter une entente de lotissement, rapport PD 48-2023, propriété de EMB Développement Inc. pour un parcelle de terrain légalement décrite comme faisant partie du lot 9 de la concession 7 à Embrun. Questions, comments, members of council? Seeing none, I do have one. For the administration, through you, Mr. Godin, Mr. Boudreau, I see that there was a section in the report where the developer asked for a clause to be added in regards to a lot that is put aside for the municipality if ever we want to put a street to connecting to the north or putting a pathway connecting to the north. They've basically asked that if ever the north gets developed and that lot is not required anymore, that it be transferred to the developer, back to the developer. I'm just throwing it out to members of council. I think that's reasonable. If we're saying to a developer, give us a piece of land to do something, and then we decide not to do that thing, I think it's just normal that it would go back to the developer. But I understand it's not usually practice in the planning world, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to throw your 2 cents in there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct. So staff is recommending keeping that block and make it available as surplus if ever there is to be deemed as surplus, but it's up to council to decide. Staff is essentially looking for some direction in order to finalize the subdivision agreement.
Okay. Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, I guess the question becomes is, what is the process for this? Do we need, is it an amendment or is it direction of council for that? Because I think it's a reasonable request as well. You know, whatever time frame that looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, what time frame are we looking at, like 10, 15 years or something like that?
Down the road.
Down the road, so.
I think at this point, it's not necessarily an amendment to the resolution per se. It would be, correct me if I'm wrong, to the administration, just a direction to include that clause would be sufficient, Monsieur Boudreau?
Yes, that's correct. We're just looking for direction. Essentially, the bylaw is to have the mayor sign the agreement, so we'll make the agreement in accordance with your guidance.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Councillor Tarnowski?
Oui, ça serait juste pour clarification. Is this a common approach with municipalities to keep that land afterwards, or is this?
It varies. I mean, for, as you know, Emblem and Russell, there's just quite a bit of development, so we need to plan ahead as to what's going to be coming to the north, east, and south. So, this land we expect on the north is going to be developed at one point. So, again, staff is just recommending to keep that block. If ever we need to put a park, a pathway, a road, piping, it can be reassessed in the future, whatever the need is required. But again, I believe the township has done in the past, put that clause to return to the owner if ever it's not, so, yeah.
Yeah. And just to clarify, this is only if the township decides it's not doing anything with the property. If we decide to do something, then it's status quo and it's not an issue. It's just decided. If we were to ever wanted to go in the direction of declaring it surplus, essentially what we're saying is give it back to the developer who gave it to us in the first place, correct?
That is correct. Instead of going to the regular process of surplus to open it to the public and neighbors, this way would identify exactly who would be benefiting from that return of land.
Okay. Other questions? We seem to be all in agreement in the direction we're going, so there's no need for an amendment at all, so no need to separate this out of the resolutions. Okay. Thank you, Monsieur Boudreau. Item B, authorization to execute a subdivision agreement, report PD 49-2023, property owned by John Corvinelli Investments for a parcel of land legally described as part of Lot 9, Concession 7 in Embrun. The council received report PD 49-2023 dated September 25th, 2023, and approved the bylaw to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute and affix corporate seal to a subdivision agreement between John Corvinelli Investments, Inc. and the corporation of the Township of Russell for a parcel of land legally described as part of Lot 18, planned by J.B. Lewis OLS dated June 12, 1899, registered 1899, part of Lot 9, Concession 7, in the village of Embrun, Township of Russell, and County of Russell. Questions, comments, members of council? Seeing none, anything to add to the report, Monsieur Boudreau?
Non, merci, Monsieur le maire.
Parfait. Item C, état de l'investissement 2022-2023, rapport FS 19-2023, que le Conseil reçoive le rapport FS 19-2023, daté du 25 septembre 2023, à titre d'information, préparé selon la politique d'investissement approuvée le 20 juin 2022 par le règlement 2022-74. Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Hearing, seeing none. Anything to add from the administration, Monsieur Godin?
Non, merci, Monsieur le maire.
Parfait. Item D, indexation of development charge rates for 2024, report FS 20-2023. The council received report FS 20-2023 dated September 25th, 2023, and adopt the proposed bylaw to amend Schedule C1 of the user fees and charges, bylaw 2023-033, as amended on March 27, 2023, by bylaw 2023-044, and approve an indexation of 4.1% for development charges effective January 1st, 2024. Questions, comments, members of council? Anything to add from the administration? Monsieur Godin?
Non, merci, Monsieur le maire.
Parfait. This is a standard practice we've had for the last few years, so. Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, does the administration then send out to the development community a notification to let them know that it's 4.1 as of January 1st?
Monsieur Godin?
Through Mr. Mayor, so yes, we do communicate by email with the developers.
Okay.
And,
Like sooner rather than later, once it's
yeah,
passed?
as soon as this is passed.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Parfait. Prochain item E, programme de collecte de produits organiques, rapport ISPW 14-2023, que le Conseil reçoive le rapport ISPW 14-2023 daté du 25 septembre 2023 et qu'il approuve le début de la collection des déchets organiques en mars 2024 et que le Conseil donne la directive de finaliser l'entente de collecte avec Waste Management et autorise le maire et le greffière à signer un contrat avec Convertus. Through you, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Bourgon, this is a big file.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. So, yes, c'est un gros dossier que l'administration travaille déjà plusieurs mois, mais aussi depuis plusieurs années, là, si on tient compte la première fois là, qu'on a fait toutes les étapes pour voir là, combien ça coûterait un tel programme. So this time around, it's an even bit more complicated, even though we thought that with the removal of the recycling as a responsibility would make things easier. The supply chain of trucks makes the collection contracts complicated. Donc, la semaine dernière, j'ai eu des discussions avec d'autres compagnies suivant la préparation du rapport. Puis j'ai d'autres options qui, je crois, qui seraient dans l'intérêt de la municipalité à explorer davantage. Donc, moi, je demanderais au conseil ce soir de seulement recevoir le rapport à titre d'information, puis me donner une chance de retourner pour discuter avec ces compagnies-là pour tenter d'avoir un meilleur prix ou, dans le fond, améliorer la collecte potentielle. If that works and we can actually get a better deal at the end of the day, that will mean that the collection would be delayed. Parce qu'un des gros problèmes, c'est la demande de camions. Ça prend de 12 à 14 mois pour obtenir un camion présentement. So if by further negotiation with the collection company to obtain those trucks, but that would mean a delay to our collection program. Donc, à ce moment-ci, je demanderai au conseil juste de recevoir le rapport, puis nous permettre là, de revenir en espérant avec plus d'informations, de la meilleure information.
Okay, thank you very much. So Madame Camille Laflamme will pull out this item specifically if we're going to be making a change to remove some wording to the resolution just so that we can receive it. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Tarnowski?
Peut-être que je peux en parler quand ça va revenir, mais je voulais juste savoir, M. Bourgon, c'est quoi l'échéancier pour que ça nous revienne? Je suis super content qu'on prend un petit peu plus de temps pour voir s'il y a des économies à faire, mais comme vous avez dit, c'est un dossier très important pour la communauté. Je veux juste m'assurer qu'il y a quand même un échéancier de planifié.
Merci, M. le maire. Donc, le conseiller Tarnowski, moi, j'aimerais ça revenir au conseil dans un mois, donc la deuxième rencontre d'octobre, si j'ai toute l'information nécessaire, puis quand même être en position de signer les contrats avant la fin de l'année. C'est ce qu'on vise quand même. On va être capable de commencer à travailler sur toute l'éducation publique en ayant une date là, établie puis les contrats en place.
Okay. So we're not looking to necessarily, there's a potential delay to the program, but we still want to make sure that we have a contract signed this year as to the program that will move forward.
Exactly. So the contract one to secure the collection company and as well to secure the capacity in one of the two facilities, since our options are limited in that sense.
Okay, perfect. I see. Councillor Lalonde?
Thank you. Just a clarification on that. I know you're going to come back with another report, but I know the expense of the thing now is a little higher than we had expected. Do you think that when you come back, that you're going to be able to address the cost of the thing and, you know, in terms of options to ensure that it's well aligned with what we were thinking in the first place, cost-wise?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci. I'm hoping that we'll see a decrease, but just what we've seen in the industry as a whole in the last couple of years, price went up a lot. We have a neighboring municipality right now that they're lucky that they have a contractor to do the collection. They did several tender and they had to negotiate with like one company. There's just no bids, so it's really hard in that industry right now.
Just to add to the fact that due to provincial legislation changes, we have no choice but to supply organics, I believe, starting in 2025.
Yeah, 2025, exactly.
Yeah, so we are going in that direction, whether we like it or not. We're mandated to do so. So, yeah, if Monsieur Bourgon can negotiate a better price, so be it. Other questions or comments? Anything else, Monsieur Bourgon?
I'll just add as well that in the prices that you've seen tonight, user fee, the purchase of the bins are included in those user fees.
And just for audience sake, when we're talking about the bins, we're talking about the bins that the machines can just come up, pick up automatically, so.
Exactly, and part of the increasing costs, we're looking as well to have a collection that's gonna be automated. That's the other trend too that we're seeing throughout the province, for safety of the employees of those companies. The driver don't wanna get out of the truck, so we're seeing a lot of that trend, that they're going with those type of bins as well.
Okay, perfect. If there's nothing further, we'll move on to the next report. Item F, 417 Industrial Park Servicing Report ISWAT WW 03 2023. That council received report ISWAT WW 2023 dated September 25, 2023, and approved to proceed with the implementation of the approved option 3 from the report PD 21 2023 without bringing water services to the existing 331 acres of the industrial park. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Chinoski.
I just had a question pertaining to any of the purchase contracts that we've had to date, were including the possibility of water sewer coming. The fact that we move away from that now, is there anything from a township perspective that they have to kind of put it in writing with these businesses that just bought, or that bought where that clause is in place?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Godin, but the clause in the contract states if we bring water and sewer, they would have to participate. There's no timeline on that. If we, we're not bringing, in this recommendation, we're not bringing water and sewer at this time, but, in the future, 20, 30, 40 years down the road, that clause would still be applicable if we decided to do it then?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. So to answer your question, Councillor Tarnowski, so yes, in the agreement, there's a clause that just says if we do bring in services, then the buyer, the new property owners have the obligation to pay. So that being said, it doesn't seem to be tied with a timeline either, as much as I know. So with that being said, I don't think there's an obligation to communicate individually with all the property owners. I do think it would be a good thing to communicate this just generally to keep people informed. But on the legal side, I don't think we do have an obligation to reach out in regards to that.
Follow up?
Yeah, so I guess I'm just speaking on behalf, like, as a property holder there, for example, if I was a property holder there, this is some sort of, potential liability down the road where I have to invest in something. And so I'm just wondering if that's a cause for concern to leave that on that clause, or do we, terminate that clause, or, because I'm assuming that question will come forth.
Monsieur Godin?
Yeah, through Ms. Mayor. So yeah, and I think it is wise to explore that situation, and we could definitely get a legal opinion to see what the best course of action is as far as communication goes, and making sure everything is clear. And if there are amendments to be made to those agreements, then those amendments can be made.
Councillor Lorrain?
I have a similar but different type of question regarding, again, on the legal side of our contract, and something we may need to get the answer to is, when we say if water and sewer is brought to the park, what does to the park mean? Does that mean to the existing park? Does that mean to the original park? Does that mean to the new park? Or is it all considered the park, right? Because if it's in their contract and we're bringing water to a section of the park, then some people may sit there and say, well, you said you're bringing water and sewer to the park. Well, I want it. And you said in my contract that I have to connect to it, but now you're not allowing me to connect to it. So I want to make sure the township is not in a liable position if that is the case.
Okay, thank you. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So I am very confident that we're not in a liable situation in the fact that those agreements and that clause in particular was written in the sense that the onus is on the property owner, that if we do, and I think if is a big word there, if we do bring the services in front of those properties, that they would be obligated to pay their share. But we definitely agree and understand the liability risk with such a decision, and we'll make sure that everything is taken into consideration, and that we're eliminating all those risks.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, I think you said a mouthful there. I agree with you if it says in the contract, and I haven't seen the contract, so If it says in the contract, if it comes in front of my property line, I have to connect. But that's different than if it comes to the industrial park. And that's the language that I hope that we will get a legal opinion on to ensure we don't have any liability, is if it says if we bring water and sewer to the industrial park, what is the industrial park defined as? And that could be left to interpretation. I want to make sure we have the right interpretation.
Monsieur Godin?
Understood.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Nope. We'll move on to the next item. Item G, Recreational Trail Encroachment Update Report, PR 10-2023. The council received report PR 10-2023 dated September 25, 2023, and support option 1 to approve the removal of all encroaching items and structures on municipal property. I'll ask that this item be separated because I will have some modifications I would like to suggest for consideration of council on this resolution. This is been a few years in the making. We've had this conversation before, but I'll open it up to the floor if there's any questions or comments, members of council.
Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Lorrain?
Can I suggest that because it's being separated out, that we save the questions till then with any additional, put it on the table and then understand all the questions and modifications so that we have a full discussion at once instead of having a partial discussion now and then later?
Yeah, everybody okay with that? Sounds good. Item H, subvention et contribution communautaire PR 11-2023, que le Conseil reçoive le rapport PR 04-2023 daté du 26 juin 2023 et adopte les recommandations du département suivant concernant les subventions communautaires. Item 1, refuser une demande de subvention ad hoc de 3 000 $ du comité des loisirs de Limoges pour la journée communautaire qui aurait lieu le 24 juin 2023. On va séparer ce thème-là parce que je pense qu'il faut juste modifier la résolution comme telle. Just to clarify through you, Monsieur Godin, Madame Guittard, the resolution didn't show it, but there was a recommendation in the report that instead of giving the 3,000 to give the 2,000. Is that the case?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, that's what it is. I would recommend to give them $2,000 because this had not been pre-approved. We only had 1,000 pre-approved. So it was a much larger grant request. And since Nation Township was, according to the organizers, giving them $2,500, so I was recommending $2,000.
Okay, so we'll just have to, if members of council are in agreement to giving 2,000, we'll have to make an adjustment to the resolution per se. So, questions, comments on this one, members of council? Councillor Deacon?
Just to say that I'm going to support that recommendation of the $2,000 in transferring between the funds.
Okay, so we'll vote on this one separately. No further questions. We'll move on. Item I, recommendation 2023-02 from the Parks, Recreation and Cultural Advisory Committee, development of the old train station in Embrun, Phase 2. That council received the recommendation 2023-002 dated September 7, 2023 from the Parks, Recreation and Culture Advisory Committee with respect to Phase 2 of the development of the old train station in Embrun. Need some questions, comments? Councillor Deacon?
Thanks. I was just wondering, as this would go into the 2024 budget, if it's possible for members of council to all receive a copy of the presentation that was given by the group. I know that it was at PRAC, but most of us haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Monsieur Godin, Madame Guittard, if we have a presentation, if it could just be forwarded to members of council, so when we discuss this at budget time, we'll have an idea of what's being proposed.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I can forward that tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Other questions, comments? Hearing, seeing none. On va aller à la prochaine item. Item J, recommandation 2023-0903 du Conseil d'administration de la Bibliothèque publique du canton de Russell, mise à jour des coûts pour la relocalisation de la succursale d'Embrun au centre Camille-Piché. Que le Conseil reçoive la recommandation 2023-093 datée du 25 septembre 2023 du Conseil d'administration de la Bibliothèque publique de Russell de mettre sur pause les designs de Lalonde et Doyle présentement à 30% afin de pouvoir présenter ces derniers lors de nouvelles subventions qui s'ouvrent à nous. We have Madame France Séguin is here this evening. If you'd like to speak to the report, s'il y a quelque chose que tu voudrais highlighter en
Oui,
bon
ben, je veux
français.
rajouter peut-être le point B à la résolution qui n'a pas été aussi à l'ordre du jour. C'est que, je lis en anglais ici.
Oui.
The leadership of the library board conduct a meeting with the leadership of the Russell of Township to discuss respective project management and decision-making responsibilities, as well as other opportunities for the Empire Branch relocation project within the next 30 days.
Okay. So in that regard, we have a recommendation to receive this. I think council or the administration is looking for some kind of direction where council wants to give this. Councillor Deacon?
I would like to move to action that second recommendation,
So basically to
as
get,
stated.
to give
I'm not
direction.
going to repeat it.
Yeah, to give direction to the administration to have those discussions and move forward as such. So, Madame Camré-Laflamme, il faut retirer celle-là puis ajouter la clause B, c'est ça? Okay, so we'll remove that item as well. Item J. Any questions, comments, members of council on this one? There'll be an opportunity if you have some questions pop into your head till then. Anything to add from your side, Monsieur Godet?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. No, essentially, if council gives direction to work with the library board and to meet to discuss it, we'll be happy to do so.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Item 12, reports from investigator and the ombudsman. We have none. Item 13, notice motion. The notice motion will be considered at the council's next meeting, so there's no discussion on that item. Item 14, question period on the meeting of the day. Therefore, if anyone has questions on the agenda items, please come up to the lectern, state your name and address for the record. So questions, not comments. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I have
Name, address, sorry.
Charles Armstrong, 85 Castle Bow in Embrun.
Thank you.
I have a question on the organic waste collection, and it was just on the fees mentioned. It says that the proposal, or the current proposal, is to start in March 2024, but the rates go up in January 24. I was just asking, are that rate increase prorated for just the 10 months of the year from March through to the end of the year, or is that actually the annual rate that will continue on?
Thank you. Through you, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Bourgon. We know these might change, but we'll let you address that one.
Yeah, so they may change, but they are based on having the collection for 10 months.
For the collection for 10 months.
Okay, that's fine. The last one is the recreation trail encroachment. Just a general question, does anybody currently have permission to access the trail direct from their property?
Through you, Monsieur Godin, Madame Guittard, do we have access permits in place for that?
I'm not sure if I understand correctly the question.
So, just to say, does anybody have an agreement with the township that allows them to access the trail from their property?
As of today, no.
Okay, that's fine.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Pat Stahl, and I'm from Russell, and I'm a current owner for 40 years that have backed onto the nature trail. And I have 2 sheds on that property, plus we have a walkway to the trail. I have a building permit from the township to put that shed up. I have a signed agreement from you guys for rental. I paid rental for a couple of years on that property. And for me, I'm just wondering, what has triggered this to want these things gone?
Thank you very much. I can speak and staff can add. We've had several instances of encroachment in the last few years. I think just in the last 2 years, we've had 18. In the past, if I remember well, people did some changes that affected the water drainage, and we saw residents' properties flooded because the ditch had been blocked by people who had put improper things on our property. That being said, Madame Guitard, was there other situations? I mean, realistically, if this wasn't township property, if it was anybody else, I don't think people would be encroaching, but I think there's opportunities to work with the residents. Madame Guitard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. And we are aware that there were some signed agreements about at least 20 years ago.
40 for us.
40?
40.
Okay. The oldest one that we could find was 1992.
Yeah, that might be.
That's 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30 years. Unfortunately, those agreements were never renewed after 2 or 3 years.
But it says in there that it needs a 90-day notice from you to terminate the agreement, and I've not received a notice from you.
And we have not terminated anything as of yet. We're just producing a report to council, making some recommendation observations of infringement on the trail. I think the number one reason for this is civil liability. As probably everyone knows, that's, it's a big risk of having all kinds of structures, bridges on the trail, because private people on private property, it's being used to adjacent to the trail, and it's municipal property. So if there is something, an accident that happens, township is liable for anything, and not the resident that did install the bridge or the structures. So I think that was triggered by that too, because in the last years, township has been encountering some civil liabilities. So this, and at the bottom, bottom line, who pays for all those, those
Lawsuits.
lawsuits? It's taxpayers.
I know when I signed the agreement with Township for the use of the land, it was stated in there that I must have insurance on it, which we have had for as long as we've had it. We've had a rider on our household insurance to cover that back piece of property.
Yeah.
And we do understand that, and we do appreciate that. But as the lawyer stated, and also our insurance company, it doesn't matter, even though we have a waiver for insurance, there's an insurance certificate stating that we're additional insured, we are still the owner of the land, and we can still be named in the civil lawsuit. So that's very important. That section there is very important.
Yeah, and that's one of the big issues for all the Ontario municipalities. We've been fighting with the province for years, joining several liability, where the township could be found to be 1% responsible, but because we have the deepest pockets, we would pay 100% of the outcome. So that's the insurance and liability is a big thing in the municipal world. So, any other questions?
Is there any wiggle room at all for selling a portion of the property, maybe the 15 feet that our shed is on?
So I as mentioned, I will be proposing something. I don't think it's not in regards to selling the property, but I think there's compromise. There is examples. For example, culverts are on municipal property. And we go through, there's a process to go and approval. So I think there's a way to do that. But I think that still details have to be worked out. But I think that, the resolution I'll be proposing, the amendments, should give us some wiggle room, as you say.
Okay, yeah, because I haven't inspected every pathway across there, but I know ours is not blocking any water. What's blocking the water in our area is all the dead trees that have come down that are lying in the ditch that isn't being cleared out.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Bonjour, André Brisson, 1076 Saint-Pierre. J'ai une couple de questions. Pour commencer, c'est pour l'item F, pour le watering du parc industriel. Là, on parle-tu de juste le watering ou les choses des égouts aussi? Parce que là, j'étais pas sûr. Je peux comprendre parfaitement que c'était juste l'eau, mais quand que je regardais le dessin, ça avait l'air que le 300 acres qui disait qu'il n'était pas qu'il n'allait pas amener l'eau du tout, c'était la nouvelle section, puis même qu'est-ce qui était au nord.
So, qu'est-ce qui est proposé dans le rapport, correct me if I'm wrong, M. Godin ou M. Bourgon, on parle de l'eau seulement, puis c'est pour la section au sud de l'existant, puis à l'est de Saint-Guillaume. Alors, c'est pas l'existant du tout, c'est vraiment en bas, puis là, au bord de la rue de Saint-Guillaume.
Ouais. Puis c'est pour ça qu'il y en a du terrain qu'il venait d'acheter, puis comme qui est au nord du projet,
Oui.
puis comme qui a été mentionné, que les derniers qui ont bâti, il y avait le contrat de l'eau. C'est pour ça que je ne comprends pas comment se fait que, pour ne pas essayer de splitter le coût à plus de monde, plus ou moins, puis il y en avait une couple que je sais qu'ils voulaient dans ce coin-là.
Oui.
Mais je sais qu'il y en a qui ne veulent pas, ça l'est toujours.
Oui.
Est-ce que c'est de...
So, il y a eu beaucoup de discussions. On a eu une réunion spéciale spécifiquement pour ce dossier-là. Okay. Alors, il y a eu plusieurs discussions puis recherches par l'administration, puis ça, c'est la recommandation qui est présentée ce soir, basée sur toute cette information-là.
OK, ça, c'est parfait. L'autre, c'est pour G, justement, pour le sentier récréatif. Je me demandais, juste faire sûr qu'il y ait une clarification, parce que dans le titre, il a dit le sentier récréatif, mais j'aime mieux de dire, at the end, it says, comme on any municipal property. Parce que pour pas que ça limite juste sur le PAT,
oui.
Mais qu'il y en a d'autres contre le CRIC, puis tout ça, d'autres terrains.
Dans le passé, in recent discussions we've had, there is this part, this is in regards specifically to the trail, but the administration has been given the direction to come with an encroachment policy for the entire township. So, dans ce cas ici, c'est spécifiquement pour celle-là qu'on parle, mais il va y avoir une politique pour toute la municipalité qui va venir dans le futur. Councillor Lorrain?
And in the Parks and Rec bylaw that we seen at the last meeting, there was a section that dealt with that.
Yeah.
Was there not?
There is a section of encroachment, but the direction of council at that time is we would like to see an encroachment property for everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in terms of what I think Monsieur Brisson is saying is, for right now, if somebody were to do something towards the creek somewhere that the properties that we own, they would be going against that bylaw as of today, as of 2 weeks ago.
So it will state municipal property and not just on the trail. I know that the line has not been kind of clarified as much as the trail.
Oui. So aujourd'hui, c'est juste pour le sentier récréatif qu'on parle. Mais dans le bylaw futur qui va venir, ça va toutes les propriétés. Whether they're parks and rec, it could be any municipal property. It will be part of an encroachment bylaw.
Donc, ma question, c'est pourquoi pas l'avoir amené tout de suite, tout ensemble?
Ben, Madame Guitard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Because 2 years ago, we were only talking about the trail, and the update for that report specifically was only for the nature trail. So, and then when the Parks and Rec bylaw came in, we started discussing about encroachment, and this is when it was discussed at council level that we should be addressing the whole encroachment issue on any municipal land, any municipal property.
Oui. Ça, la direction pour amener une politique, en gros, ça a juste été donné une couple de semaines passées. Okay. Mais ça fait des années qu'on deal avec celle-là.
Moi, je sais, ça fait des années et tout ça, mais c'est pour ça que je me disais, tant qu'à le faire, de le faire un coup. Mais comme je comprends que what's effective right now, it will be the trail because all the research has been done. But, okay. One other thing I wanted to mention, there's a difference between access for the trail. I just wanted access and having a bridge to have a pathway, because in this one, does it, comme ça, voilà en français,
oui.
Est-ce que ça interdit complètement que tu aies juste une barrière puis que tu peux rentrer au travers sur la piste cyclable? Parce qu'il y en a bien des parcs que les propriétés ont ça, ils ont juste une barrière, tu n'as aucune liability, c'est juste qu'ils peuvent avoir accès directement.
Ça ici, c'est vraiment rapport à qu'est-ce qui est sur la propriété de la municipalité.
Encroachment directement.
Oui. Alors, si quelqu'un, on va dire que somebody's land abuts and, you know, they want to have a fence, for example, to block off their backyard versus the township land and put a gate so they can go on the trail. As long as that gate is on their property, it's not a problem. It's when it starts being on our property, township property, that's where it becomes an issue.
Yeah, I have no problem with this, but it was just to clarify that we, comme on n'empêche pas le monde de rentrer dessus, mais je comprends toute la chose de liability et tout ça. Puis comme dans le rapport que vous mentionnez, with the project, they have access to different places to the trail.
Yes, on top of that, yes. Okay.
What the other one? Yeah, I know that it's always a delicate, it's for J, pour la bibliothèque.
Oui.
Je sais que c'est tout le temps un sujet délicat, mais c'était juste savoir, vu que les chiffres sont devenus beaucoup plus gros encore que qu'est-ce qui était original, qui était supposé d'être juste à peu près 1,5 million, est-ce que c'est revenu sur l'idée, parce qu'il n'est pas trop tard, quand c'est encore juste dessin, de dire que la salle communautaire reste as is, puis que vous investissez moins, que ça coûte moins cher à la bibliothèque de l'avoir dans le complexe? Juste savoir si ça a été figuré pour couper les coûts.
Ça peut tout le temps une discussion si un membre du conseil veut le ramener. De mon côté, we are coming up to the 60% design stage of the complex, which includes the heating, the ductwork, the electrical. So I think it's a little too far in the process to go back unless we wanted to delay the project. That's my opinion. But if a member of council can always bring it up if they so choose.
Yeah, just asking because since you're talking about 5 or 6 million and you're already tight on budget, that's why I'm just asking. Thank you.
Thank you. If anybody else has a question, to please come up to the lectern. Sorry, she'll just turn the mic on for you.
Thanks.
Questions, or yes?
Aaron Pohl, 517 Castor. I believe I've emailed you guys already on this subject, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to know if council is committed to maintaining or allowing access for those people that already have access to the trail, more from a rural perspective, that don't have a subdivision access to the trail. And with that, that it would not be like an undue cost burden to those residents that do enjoy access to the trail presently. I do recognize the council's concerns and the need for the encroachment bylaw, fully support that, but just want to make sure that you guys are committed to maintaining that.
Yeah, so we do have the subject that will be coming up separately, so there'll be further discussion on there. And as I mentioned earlier, I do have some recommendations that might give us some wiggle room, so that I think can hopefully satisfy not necessarily everyone, but you know, a good chunk. So,
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Going once, going twice? We're good? No, this is a question period. You got to ask your questions now. Potentially. I can try. Ask the questions.
Marty Link, 328 Kinnaird Street. So my property backs onto the trail currently. My wife and I moved to Russell, drawn here by the young families, and obviously onto the trail was a great opportunity for our children to learn to bike ride, everything else, and not even have to go to a street. And I believe when I moved in,
I need the question.
Oh, sorry. So I'm just wondering, I know you said there were some examples of why this has been brought up as a liability. The trail's been there for 44 years. Can we have an example without disclosing too much personal information? Has there been a lawsuit or something that's...
There's, through you, Mr. Godin, Madame Guittard, I think there's been several lawsuits when it comes to the trail area. Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In my head, there's 2. And of course, we can't discuss that publicly. But yes.
Yeah.
So this, and like I'm thinking on one of them that is really, really banal. So like, when you're talking about structures that are never inspected, they're just, some of them are just let them there, like left there to be, like they're rotting almost. This is really scary, if you want. So it's because of serious liability issues
Yeah.
that
And-
could really be very costly to township.
Yeah, I agree. And I think as well as we mentioned, there's been drainage situations. I mean, since this report was written 2 years ago, we've already seen 18 new properties who have encroached on municipal property. So yeah, there is some concern there.
So with those new properties that back onto the trail, if they weren't told, if you walked in the trail, you'd assume you can build a bridge or have access directly off that property. A lot of those new properties had to pay a premium to back onto the trail for that lot, and now they're losing that opportunity to gain access to the trail.
So to be clear, they paid a premium for their lot, but their lot ends where the lot line ends, not 15 feet past it to go. Like, our trail is not the pavement, right? Our trail area is much wider. And the perfect example is, as you're walking down the trail, you can actually see it. You'll see a nice, the developer originally put on, a nice wooden fence, for example.
Yep.
Then you see another 15 feet of chain link afterwards. So, I mean, I understand that developers might have, sold at a premium because it's butting onto the trail.
Yeah.
But the reality is that they've encroached on somebody else's property.
Okay. So if 18 new encroachments have happened in the last 2 years, you're saying 2 years roughly?
Yeah.
Then nobody's either contacted the municipality to see if they can build that bridge, but nobody's also told them not to. So to get if, based on what I read, unless your recommendations are hopefully gonna be different than option A, they're gonna get a letter saying, you no longer have access, this is not allowed.
Yeah.
And some people have spent a lot of money developing, I guess, your property, but also just kind of going with the trend of access to the trail for their children.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
I mean, that's the reality, right? They didn't ask permission, and we've been, discussing this issue for a couple of years.
Okay.
But I mean, I think everybody can understand that if this wasn't township property and it was a neighbor's property, or somebody started encroaching on your property,
Yeah.
it would be an issue, right?
Yeah, for
So it's trying to find a balance, compromise, a wiggle room, as Madame
Okay.
Stahl said. So.
Just while I'm here to do with the trail, there's some trees that are concerning along the trail that I would say are more of a hazard than the bridges.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
So through you, Madame Guittard, we go through the trail with an arborist every year. He highlights the ones that are of most concern. Obviously, we do what we can with the resources that we have, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I think we even do more than that. Like in the last 2 or 3 months, I think we were on the trail on a weekly basis with the arborist. We've done some major work again this summer because we had some nasty wind in April and then again in July. So yes, there might be still some trees that are worrying. But like that arborist is, like every complaint that we receive at Township is taken care of. We do pass this on to our arborist, and he goes and inspect every tree that we get in a complaint to make sure that it's not a danger. We might have missed one tree along the 10 kilometers of trail. Yeah, we could have maybe missed that one. So if there is any concerns, please report them to us, and we'll take care of them.
Yeah, perfect.
And
I think we've
I'm-
seen that with the
and I'm
amount of
not
tree
saying-
coverage.
Yeah, and so for some people, there's a different standard of, worrisome. So that's why we do hire an
Professional.
expert, so that this gentleman knows what he's talking about. So we make sure that we don't cut a good tree, or we cut a tree that could maybe be cut only next year,
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Madame
Just
Guittard?
to add, because we did discuss this, the distance for the trail. So from the middle of the trail to most of the residents' property line is about 50 feet. So we own 100 feet.
So our trail is
50
100
feet on
each side. Wow.
from the middle of the trail.
Okay.
So it is wide, but that was the property line that the train had in those days. So
Yeah.
this is what we acquired when we signed with CP.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any further questions? Nope, we'll move on. Item 15, resolutions. Motion that council approve all recommendations listed on agenda under item 11, reports from department and council committees. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. And we have an amendment to remove which items, Madame Camille-Laflamme?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item 11E, G like George, H, and G like Joanne, or J like
J.
Joanne.
Parfait. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to remove those items. Councillor Tarnowski, Councillor Lalonde. All those in favor of removing those items? Carried. So now we'll vote on that, except for those items. We have a mover and a seconder, so all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So now we will go back to item E. Which was the organics. So I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Deakin. Based on the conversation, so I believe you're looking for, correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Bourgon, the wording begins that council received report ISPW 14/2023 dated September 5th, 2023, and then we would scratch out everything else. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, do we have a mover and a seconder for that? Conseiller Lalonde and Councillor Lorrain for that amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Against? Carried. Now we'll vote as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the next item is item G, which is the rec trail. So I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Lalonde. So I will read what I am proposing, and we can, if we want to have a mover and a seconder for that, then we can put on the floor. I would suggest that council receive report PR 10/2023 dated September 25th, 2023, and support option 1 to approve the removal of all encroaching items and structures on municipal property by December 31st, 2024. And furthermore, that the administration reevaluates previous permits issued and investigates the possibility of mutually agreeable compromises, and that the administration investigates and brings forward to council a trail access program in which residents would be able to purchase a standardized municipal trail access structure for installation behind their properties on municipal land. Do we have a mover and a seconder for this kind of amendment? Moved by Conseiller Tarnowski, Lalonde. We'll put it on the floor. Questions, comments? Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of so the timeframe, you're suggesting December 31st, 2024? So that gives them over a year.
That gives them over a year. It also gives a chance to the administration to have discussions with those properties that did have permits to see what possibility there is in that aspect. And it would give the administration the ability to put a program in place similar, I guess, to like culverts. Culverts
Right.
are on municipal land. People apply for a culvert permit, go through the process. So it would be something similar to that kind of program.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Councillor Deakin?
I have a question with regard to the standard, I'm not sure exactly how you worded it, the,
Standardized municipal trail access structure?
yes, we need an acronym for that, I think. I'm just wondering if that would include structures that already exist. You know, the gentleman was referring to the ones that have been built in the last 2 years, that they could be put through some sort of a standard inspection, or are you really leaning towards a specific structure for and by township?
So that's getting into the weeds. Right now, we would be giving direction to the administration to put a program in place. And then, so once they have something to present to council, then that could be, part of the program as to how to evaluate existing structures, or if they're recommending a standardized structure. But that's we're right at this point in time, we're basically saying we want to give residents the option through a program to be able to have some kind of connection to the trail, because it's on our property, right? So
Yeah, I appreciate the spirit of the first part of it. I'm just wondering if the second part is currently actually giving quite a bit of direction and is in the weeds itself in terms of a standard structure versus a structure that meets the needs of inspection, structural integrity, sort of.
Yep, I mean, I'm
Yeah.
open, I mean, we can make some changes to the
Just to
the
broaden
amendment.
that second half of the piece.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Lalonde, then Councillor Tarnowski?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the suggestion. The length of time being granted, but at the same time, the notion of maybe having discussions with owners who already have bridges creates a conundrum in the sense that there are many structures out there. We have the pictures of all of them that should be taken down ASAP. So I don't know how we could prioritize getting to them first and having them removed in the context of then also having discussions with owners as to whether the bridge they have could stay or has to go. I just don't know. I'm wondering what that looks like when, in some cases, there'll be a discussion, but in others, clearly there would be a need for there not to be any discussion at all, and simply to, order that the dilapidated, disintegrating bridge be removed. That's comment one. I could support this motion, knowing that it's being given to admin to sort of come back with give them time to reflect and come back with some proposal of their own. There's a piece for me that's missing, though, which is the landscaping, the cutting of trees, the cutting of brush, the planting of materials, the erecting of signs and warning signs on township property. So I don't know if we would sort of move this one through and then discuss giving direction to staff to now treat also of the encroachment with regards to planting and landscaping, where I'm on the trail every day and seeing how earth has been moved, rocks have been moved, the ditch has been modified. We don't treat of that right now in the proposal. So I don't know if I could tag on the issue of landscaping, or if we could propose it separately. I'd like your advice on that.
Just clarification with the administration. My understanding when we're talking about encroachment is all of that as well. Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yeah, it includes everything.
Okay. So that's already included.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was mentioned in the report too.
Okay, maybe.
Councillor Tarnowski?
Merci. Petite question. The timeline that we have right now is January 25. Is that January 1st, 25? For the deadline to have everything removed. I'm just trying to remember what.
We didn't put a deadline in the report. So there was no deadline. So if we would have said tonight without a date, staff would have moved forward tomorrow and started giving notices to everybody.
So there is no date.
There is no date mentioned in the report.
So in the amendment, I'm proposing.
Oh, okay, that's.
I'm proposing December of next year, 2024. That's what I'm proposing.
Okay.
Follow up.
So sorry. So again, I have 2 points. So pertaining to the date, I would ask for us to go into the spring, given the fact that most people, let's say if I have to take down a fence and stuff like that, it'll either be in the fall or the spring and not in the winter. And so I would probably err on the extra time there, especially if someone has pools and stuff like that and there is a fence. That's just an opinion. I know it's contrary to what Councillor Lalonde was recommending. The other thing too, I would say, is if we are stalling parts of this process, that we need to communicate right now with all the residents that it's coming. so that there are no more additional encroachments that are coming up. And then the last point I have into the discussion on a standard bridge versus a not, still one that meets the recommendations. My only thing is that when staff comes back to us, that it just makes sense, so it's not overly complicated. One, from an administration point of view, also from a cost point of view for residents, just to make sure that it's a simple process, because there is going to be quite a few of these, and what I would hate to see is for us to now take on additional work every year to go inspect these facilities. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Deacon?
I was just going to echo, I think that we have a moment here to, if we're approaching residents who live along the trail, whether they're encroaching or not, to let it be known that they're not to build anything new. We should also take that opportunity to send something in that letter to all those residents along the trail, again, along the lines of the landscaping, that the landscaping stops. And I think that the timing is good where we're at in terms of the time of year to say, come spring, you're not tending your garden out there anymore, you're not mowing it, you're not taking any more brush out, you're not removing any more trees. Just in one fell swoop, so that it's a clear communication in terms of, again, what that definition of encroachment is for council. And I'll leave it there.
Okay. Other question? Councillor Lalonde?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've said it before, some people were here, I'll just say it this one last time, that, it was back in the mid-'80s, late '80s, when I was then on the Planning Advisory Committee, and the mayor of the day then, Gaston Patnaud, moved to secure the trail, the nature trail. This is back in '88. And I was lucky enough to be there to put my hand up with the planning board to say, yes, let's secure that nature trail to be used, to be zoned for park space or parkland or special use, whatever it is we called it in the day. The whole point of it was that, we had some greenery and a natural setting in that trail that we wanted to preserve, protect, and promote. This was the idea in the day. And over the 40 years plus that I've been there, been in the community, and been on that trail from the time it was crushed stone and dirt to today, where it's paved asphalt, I've been surprised by the amount of construction and bridge making and lighting and landscaping. And I guess it was last year during the campaigning, spending time with the people who live in that area and with some of the other people in the community, worried about, where this was going next, and the abandoned structures that were thrown over property fences and left for somebody to remove, that when were we going to return this to what was supposed to be intended as a natural trail space with the brush and the scrub trees and all the rest of it that goes with it, that its intention was to be natural. And so I know this is going to be a bit of a difficult time. I know some of the neighbors very well who live on this trail. I've known them for a very long time. But I think it's the right and reasonable thing to do right now is to get back to what we had in mind in the first place. And I'm wondering in some of the correspondence whether we might explain that was that this is what we're trying to achieve here, is we're trying to return the trail to its natural state. We've been getting away from that considerably over time. I've watched the evolution of that. I don't like the direction it's going in, and hoping it can be returned to what it was back in the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Conseil Lorrain.
Yeah, I'll support the amendment. While I agree with most of what Councillor Lalonde just said, I think we also have to take responsibility as a municipality that A, we allowed this to happen, B, we approved it to happen by permitting building permits, by annually sending out notifications of renewal of these agreements with a cost implication, not only an annual cost, but also an insurance cost to the homeowners that they put structures up on these properties. So it's not necessarily that all of them did something wrong. It's a lot of them were just following the rules of the day, put up these structures on the property, on the township's property, but knowingly to the township. So I get some of them are not in very good shape anymore and probably do need to be taken down or somebody should have replaced them a long time ago. The bridges, I agree, there are some of them that are absolutely devastating to look at and probably a significant liability to municipality. And I agree with the term, the section that says in the amendment that, we could put some sort of a standard program in place. That doesn't necessarily mean that every single one will look exactly the same. It just means that there's a standard that has to be met to put some sort of a crossing there. I mean, we look at culverts across the municipality and they're not all the same. They don't all look the same. Homeowners can, fix it up, but at the end of the day, and Mr. Bourgon can correct me if I'm wrong, at the end of the day, they still have to meet the minimum standards that are set forth in terms of size, distance, and all that stuff. I'm not technical, so I don't know all that, but I'm sure that is something that we could put in place and that administration can put in place to ensure that the water flows properly, that there's no issues with flooding from that perspective caused by a structure that was put up that was not regulated. And that's where we go forward. And then allow all the homeowners who do have structures on their property to meet with Township over the next year and a bit now. If we put that in place, I'm fully supportive of the timeframes and see what exactly can be done, right? A mutually agreeable outcome to those items. So I'm going to support your motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deakin?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So I wanted to get clarity again on how many structures other than bridges we're looking at.
Monsieur Godin, Madame Guittard, I can't remember offhand the report. I know there was approximately 100 encroachments.
There were 100 in total, but...
How many were specifically sheds or other structures versus bridges?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I don't have the exact number in between all the different structures, but yeah, we were at 98 and maybe more in the last few weeks.
Oh.
So we've been updating the report and constantly because we've been discovering encroachment almost every week.
Yeah, just appreciating the staff time that this would require on the structural side. And that was my second question to you, Mr. Mayor, was if you could please read again the motion on the table so that I can listen especially to the structural piece.
Yeah. So the council received report PR 10 2023 dated September 2023 and support option 1 to approve the removal of all encroaching items and municipal structures on municipal property. That was the original motion. I've added by December 31st, 2024, and furthermore that the administration reevaluate previous permits issued and investigates the possibility of mutually agreeable compromises, and that the administration investigates and brings forward to council a trail access program in which residents would be able to purchase a standardized municipal trail access structure for installation behind their properties on municipal land.
Just one follow-up from that, if I may.
Yep.
So we're looking at the structures that do have permits and do have agreements, if I understand correctly. And I was looking for to better understand what the communication plan would be. We had in our package drafted correspondence, and we're looking at, I believe, sending something out around not permitting additional encroachments in terms of bridges, landscaping, sheds. Does that need to be a separate motion, or is that simply a direction to administration?
For the communication per se?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think there has to be a separate, I think there will be rewording on behalf of if this was to pass, I think there's definitely rewording so that we get the clear message out that all encroachments have to be, removed by December 31st, 2024. For those who do have previous permits with the municipality, they are to either the township will communicate with them or they can communicate with the township. Correct me if I'm wrong on the 100 encroachments. I believe there's about 25 properties that had permits, Madame Guiton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Currently, we have 22 in file.
Okay. So, yeah, so, and if there happens to be other people that have copies of the permit, that could be, you know, 30
because-
years ago from 88.
Yeah, that's like 30 years ago, so in those days, nothing was electronic, everything was paper.
So there'll be, so it's giving direction to have those discussions. So the communication piece, I think, needs to be worded, but I'll leave that up to the administration to work on the wording and clarify for everyone. Follow-up, Councillor Tarnowski, Conseiller Lalonde?
Can you just confirm, in the amendment, are you saying mutually agreeable?
Yes, mutually agreeable.
So if it's not mutually agreeable, then we just remove?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, and if ever somebody tried to work with staff and they couldn't come to a mutual agreement, then I would suggest that those residents could talk to members of council and then, you know, or come as a delegation, but have those discussions with us, and then we can see, then we give an opportunity, everybody has an opportunity to make a presentation to council if that was the case. Conseiller Lalonde?
I'm just reflecting on that same section, the mutually agreeable with those who would have been given permits. I know there, in the report, it talks about legal opinions having already been obtained on that, and to the homeowner's point, you know, a 90-day notice being given, you know, and not to be harsh, because I think I would agree, you know, there has to be some degree of flexibility here for those who had permits. But I'm just wondering, you know, by the same token, the idea here is to try and get the nature trail back to what was intended in the beginning. And notwithstanding the fact that maybe over the years, the earlier years, Township would have tried to accommodate those who would have, you know, argued for a shed to be installed on our property. But how difficult would it be I mean, I've seen most of the sheds. Some of them are pretty elaborate. I don't know if that's what Township had intended at the time that they talked about, that they would have agreed to a shed structure. Some of them are, I would say, are pretty robust and well-developed in terms of design and materials. But I'm wondering, you know, would it be too difficult? Would it be inflexible, unfair on our part to maybe see how we might get them back onto their property side with the help of some of our equipment, so that, you know, we have the same sort of arrangement for all homeowners along the property? And I mean, I just put that out there for comment to you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe the other councillors.
I think from my perspective, I think that's where the discussions are going to come in with the administration one-on-one. There's probably not two cases are the same. So I think that's where the administration can work with the property owner to see where the flexibility lies. You know, if somebody has you know, perhaps it's, you know, the shed, you know, the shed is 5 years old, but if the shed is 30 years old and is going to be replaced, then okay, well, you're going to have to replace it. Now's the time to let you know that it's going to be moved. But I think that's more on the discussion side with those permit holders. Madame Guitard, anything to add?
No, I think I hear what Councillor Lalonde is saying, and definitely, like, if those sheds were built as per specs, usually they should have been 10 by 10, or else they would have needed a building permit. Because in those days it was 10 by 10. It's only since last year. Maybe Mr. Boudreau could confirm this, but now it's 10 by 16 that they are allowed to install a shed without a building permit. So this could also be verified with the construction department. So I think there's lots of items to be confirmed and checked, and with those 22 agreements. And I think what I would feel more comfortable with also is maybe to come back to council in the near future, just to maybe present a plan of action, and also with the standardized possibility of bridges, culvert, we could also present to council what this would mean for the owner, costs, and what kind of build we could have there.
Yeah.
I think that would be my suggestion.
Okay, Thank you. And we keep referencing bridges, but in the report, there's actually people who've just filled it in with gravel. And it's not even a bridge. Yeah, so. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Deacon?
Is this motion still on the table?
This amendment, yes.
This amendment, sorry.
Yeah.
I'd like to propose an amendment
To the amendment?
to the amendment.
Okay.
So as it reads currently, and adding, and that all owners along the recreation trail are hereby notified to cease and refrain from erecting new structures and/or landscaping on the recreational trail property.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so do we have a mover? Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Seconded by Councillor Lalonde. All in favor of that amendment to the amendment?
Lisa's amendment?
Yeah. Questions?
No.
No? All those in favor of Lisa's, Councillor Deacon's amendment? Okay, that's carried. Any further discussions on the amendment I put forward? If not, all those, Councillor Lorrain?
What was the date we landed on? December 31st? Or was
Of
did we-
2024, so
Of
next year. So
2024?
we're giving them, 15 months, ample time to make changes and have discussions and put something in place.
I just didn't know if we had extended it as per Councillor Tarnowski's request, so.
We're good?
Thank you.
So all those in favor of that amendment?
Can I?
Question?
Yes, could we please repeat the amendment number 2?
Yeah, so Councillor Deacons?
Sure, I'll give it
We
another
can-
try.
Yeah.
And that all property owners along the Township of Russell recreational trail are hereby notified to cease and refrain from erecting structures and/or landscaping on trail property. On township property.
So I think, Monsieur Godin, it'll be part of the notice that we'll send out. Yeah, so we're not going to send out different notices. It'll just be all part of the one notice.
Yeah, which is why I put it in there, yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So, any further discussion on this one before we vote on it as amended? Councillor Lorrain?
Can I just hear, like, apologies, the one section about who would be able to request
So
a discussion with the township? What's that? Sure.
Yeah, Madame Camille Laflamme, tu l'as-tu tout ensemble? No. Okay, so it was in regard to the amendment I did?
I think it's just the, I think it's
took
just,
the last part, I think.
I think it's just A, like the first.
So furthermore, that the administration reevaluates previous permits issued and investigates the possibility of mutual agreeable compromises.
Okay.
So they're going to, with the 22 permit holders, they're going to have discussion to see if they can come up to something acceptable on both sides.
Okay, so I thought of something though. So I know when I built my deck that there's a size to something that would require a permit. So what if something was outside of that permit requirement size? Could they still come to the township and have a mutually agreeable discussion on it, or is it only ones that received a permit because of the size of the actual thing that they built?
So in my thoughts, it was specifically in regards to the 22 individuals in the past who would have had agreements with the township that they were paying a yearly fee and had insurance requirements. That's the group I was focusing on.
I just want to make sure, because understanding that some people may not have got a permit because they didn't require one to put on. So and what do we do with those people that didn't need to come and get a permit, right?
Right. So those people who didn't require a permit but put up structures on municipal property fall into the category that you got to take it out.
Okay.
I think that's everybody's understanding. Okay. And Monsieur Godin.
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. I'd just like a clarification regarding the last clause added by Councillor Deacon. So the way I heard it, we would be communicating with every property owner on the trail, not just the ones that are currently encroaching.
Yeah, and I think that was the draft communication that's in the report was was established that way, that it would be going to every property owner along the trail.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we've had amendment after amendment. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Tarnowski?
Just a question on the communication process. Are these registered letters that we send out when it's this type of issue?
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So that's always an option that we can do, so we can evaluate what the best means is to communicate that and to make sure everybody receives their correspondences.
Yeah. I think in the past, we've actually had a similar situation where we've actually had bylaw services go hand the letter as well, so definitely something we can look at. Councillor Lalonde?
I guess we could put that up on Township's website at the same time, a notice to, or would that be too targeted?
No, I mean, we'll use whatever communications model we have that is necessary to, Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think we can work with our communications department and just establish what the best means to communicate is, and we'll implement that.
Okay, perfect. Because while this directly impacts the people along the trail, it's all the residents of the township who use the trail, so everybody has a say in the game as well. Councillor Lorrain?
One last thing. So when we talk about permits, we talk about permits or agreements, right? They may not have been permits on municipal land, so permits or agreements. So we
Yep.
just understand that that's interchangeable word for this.
Yep,
Thank you.
definitely. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Tarnowski?
Timeline for the standard crossing that we were discussing as well. Any ideas? Just to make sure that there is enough time through the summer, next summer, for residents to comply.
Yeah. Monsieur Godin, I think this will involve multiple departments in this discussion, so any specific timeline? Obviously, we want to give as much time as possible to the residents to be able to decide if they want to move forward with such a program or not. No, not ready to give a timeline at this point in time.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. Not at this time. I understand that we're asking residents to remove their items by December 31st, 2024. So if we're to offer them a program, it would have to come ahead of that. So if that becomes an issue, we can definitely report back to council and propose a different timeline. But we'll work internally to establish that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the sooner the better, to give residents as much time as possible. Okay, Councillor Deacon?
Not to belabor anything, but I'm wondering if this is addressing the gravel paths, the pea stone sort of footpaths that have been erected. That's not necessarily, it's not a structure, it's not new landscaping. Just putting that out there that I don't think we're articulating that specific case at this point.
So through you, Monsieur Godin, Madame Guittard, that was addressed in the report. That's all part of the items that would have to.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It was addressed, yeah. It was put as encroaching.
But I'm just alerting my fellow council members, I don't know if we're addressing that where we use the term structure, bridge.
In the wording of the communication, we'll be able to address that. Let everybody know.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Anything else from the administration, Madame Guittard?
Yes, I just want to say thank you because this was a team effort. It's been a long journey, but almost 2 years. So I'd like to say a big thank you to Mr. Kevin Bird, our Recreation Operation Manager, who worked really, really hard on this report, and also Mrs. Dominique Tremblay, Director of Planning, and her team. They also made a big effort in that. And also Mr. Bourgon, Jonathan, and Millie Bordeaux from Bylaw Enforcement. So thank you. This was a collaboration of the whole team.
Thank you very much. With that, I still got to call a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Next item, item H, should be a little bit quicker. Subvention et contribution communautaire PR 11-2023. I need a mover or seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Deacon. This is in regards to the request was to remove, not approve, to decline an ad hoc grant request of $3,000, but we want to approve a $2,000 grant. So my suggestion would be an amendment to change decline to approve, and then change the 3,000 to 2,000. Do we have a mover and a seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Deakin. Sorry, was that, j'ai-tu mis quelqu'un avant? No, so I didn't put anybody on the floor?
Yep, the main motion was Mike and Lisa.
Okay, so then the amendment to make the change to accept and 2,000, ça, je l'ai pas fait encore, c'est ça?
Unless you put the two amendments together.
Okay, no, we'll make sure they're separate. So for the amendment, do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Lalonde, seconded by Councillor Tarnowski. Questions on the amendment? To change to approve in 2,000? No? All those in favor of the amendment? Okay, all those in favor as amended? Perfect, we're good. Prochain item J. Item J, which is the library. The council will receive recommendation 2023-093 dated September 25th, 2023 from the Township of Russell Public Library Board to pause Lalonde and Doyle's designs currently at 30% so that we can present them for new grants as they become available. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the floor, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Lorrain. I believe Councillor Deakin wanted to add an amendment to that.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to add the amendment that Madame Séguin had read earlier. I could take a guess at what it said, or I could ask her to read it.
Madame Séguin, if you can just reread that section for us, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the leadership of the Library Board conduct a meeting with the leadership of the Russell Township to discuss respective project management and decision-making responsibilities, as well as other opportunities for the Empereur Branch relocation project within the next 30 days.
Okay, perfect. So we have a mover and a seconder for that. Questions? Councillor Tarnowski?
Just to confirm that we're talking about leadership, staff, not council, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, the Lalonde and Doyle designs, is that currently being done through the township or through the library board?
So, Monsieur Godin, that process for the Lalonde and Doyle, that was done through the library, I believe?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. So it's done through the library board, but with the assistance of our project manager.
So why is council being asked to pause it if it's a project that's being done through the library board?
Good question. In my opinion, it should have always been Township that led this, but here we are. So right now, they're asking to pause at the 30% stage, so they're not asking to go forward. So that's their recommendation, as they simply pause it at this point in time, have those discussions, and use that 30% design when applying for grants. So I expect, correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Godin, but with the direction of council to have further discussions, there would be some kind of report coming in the future as to how those discussions went, and any questions needing answered from council would come through a report.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, I think it would be wise for following those discussions between both administrations to report back to council and to the library board as far as the findings and the recommendations as to if anything is to change or if we continue status quo.
Okay. Is that good, Councillor Lorrain? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Anything else to add from the administration? No. So we have a mover and a seconder for the amendment, so I'll call.
Mr. Mayor, I only had the mover seconder for the main.
Okay, so we
which
need.
was Mike and Jamie.
Okay, so for the amendment, we have Councillor Deakin and Councillor Lalonde. Okay, so all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? Carried. Any other questions? No? All those in favor? All those opposed? Carried. Next item, we have item 15, resolutions. We've just gone through all the resolutions. That was the last one. Item 16, qui est les règlements. motion that council approve bylaws 2023-099 to 2023-102 inclusively for first, second, and third reading as listed on the agenda. Need a mover and a seconder to put on the floor. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Conseiller Lalonde. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 17, new business reports, we have none. Item 18, other business presented by myself, budget dates. I am asking council, I need to make a slight change to the budget dates. Confirm the dates for me, Monsieur Godin. It's October,
It's October 25th and 26th presently. So Wednesday, October 25th, and Thursday, October 26th.
yes, so 25th, 26th. I'm asking if at all possible that we do 26, 27. The 25th is a United County meeting that morning, and I was going to skip it, but they're deciding to give their first draft budget on that day, and presentation, so I can't split myself in two, and I want to make sure that I'm able to represent the township when discussions at the county level budget. So I'm asking for the Thursday and the Friday instead of Wednesday, Thursday. Based on the last few years, I don't think we might necessarily need a full day on Friday if tradition holds up, but I just wanted to bring that up for council discussion, see if you guys are okay with that or if you have other suggestions. Councillor Deacon?
I support that.
Okay. Councillor Tarnowski, Councillor Lalonde, Councillor Lorrain?
Oh, fine. No, I'm fine.
All right. So, Monsieur Godin, you have direction to slightly adjust that and go and we'll need to make some changes on the website and that kind of stuff. Okay, parfait. Thank you very much. Item 19, publication and consultations, we have none. Item 20, announcements. Any announcements, members of council? Councillor Deacon?
I've got a few. Alors, je souhaite une bonne journée franco-ontarienne à tous et toutes. Les contributions linguistiques, culturelles et commerciales franco-ontariennes sont un pilier précieux de notre communauté, hier, aujourd'hui et demain. It's also Orange Shirt Day later on this week, the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th. And I'm proud to announce that the Township's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Advisory Committee has formed local partnerships to support residents to observe this solemn day. You can choose a book by an Indigenous author from the special display at the library. You can purchase an orange shirt in support of Odawa Native Friendship Center at local businesses Tuc de Brou, Café UFDC, or Beyond the House. And you could also purchase an orange shirt in support of Inspire at Giant Tiger. There's also a Walk of Sorrow organized by a regional Indigenous group, Indigenous Grassroots Circle, located in Rockland on September 30th. I also wanted to draw folks' attention à consulter la page Facebook des services d'incendie. We have a Test Your Smoke Alarm contest running right now that goes until September 28th. Test your smoke alarm and take a picture, and you may win a gift card. And it's really important for us to be focusing on prevention of fire. I know it's not the most shiny job at the fire services, but it is one of the most important. And so I encourage people to participate.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Councillor Tarnowski?
I'd just like to recognize the Kin Club. This past weekend, they awarded all the money from the Catch the Ace for the last 2 years, over $2 million that went into our community and our extended community, of course. But this is all it was amazing to watch. It was a truly uplifting experience to be part of that. And so I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Councillor Lalonde?
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier before the meeting started. I want to thank the residents a bit of a shout out to all the residents on Craig Street, my neighbors, for putting up with all the road work that's been going on these last 4 months. But I have to also give a shout out to Jonathan Bourgon and his group, because the group that's doing all that work out there are the residents who were right in the middle of all of it. Couldn't say enough about the group doing all the work out there in terms of their politeness and checking in with the neighbors each night about where to park their cars or not park their cars. So I sort of did some unofficial market analysis with the neighbors, and all of them seemed very pleased, notwithstanding the disruption going on, but very pleased with the help and the information and the politeness and the professionalism of all the workers on the roadside. So kudos to I think Jonathan for picking one hell of a group to come out and do that work. They've been much appreciated by the neighbors. Just want to shout out too to last weekend's events. There were so many to go to. With another unveiling of a mural. So certainly with all that money that went towards that Connie Johnson Trivia Night fundraise, towards the Russell 125, and to Dave Dyer and to the Heritage Society, Historic Society, and the Lions. It was an incredible weekend last weekend, and just to recognize them as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements? Good. When you going last, I got nothing to say, so awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. 21, strategic discussion, we have none. We'll take a 5-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to go into closed session. Thank you.
Still on.